No.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are now going to start with one of Aja's favorite bhajans, and the daughters and granddaughters will sing it. It's Namo Mahadeo if you would like to join us.
G.
Samantha, send it to Samantha.
Samantha, you come side, join,
Why
sing.
is your online or on here?
You got the link? Look at her this
Yeah.
नमो महादेव शम्भो नमो सदाशिव जय परमेश्वर जय भुवनेश्वर जय शिव शङ्कर भवानी शङ्कर उमा महेश्वर गिरिजा शङ्कर जय भयङ्कर जय पीताम्बर जय शिव शङ्कर नमो महादेव शम्भो नमो सदाशिव जय परमेश्वर जय भुवनेश्वर जय शिव शङ्कर हर हर महादेव गौरी मनोहर हर शिव शङ्कर दुख हर लेकर सुख भर देकर जय शिव शङ्कर दुख हर लेकर सुख भर लेकर जय शिव शङ्कर नमो महादेव शम्भो नमो सदाशिव जय परमेश्वर जय भुवनेश्वर जय शिव शङ्कर पार्वती शङ्कर गङ्गा जटा नमो सदाशिव जय परमेश्वर जय भुवनेश्वर जय शिव शंकर शिव शंकर नटराज सुंदर हर हर शंकर जय जय परमेश्वर जय शिव शंकर जय नमरूबर जय कैलेश्वर जय शिव शंकर नमो महादेव शंभो नमो सदाशिव जय परमेश्वर जय भुवनेश्वर जय शिव शंकर नमो महादेव शंभो नमो सदाशिव जय परमेश्वर जय भुवनेश्वर जय शिव शंकर जय शिव शंकर जय शिव शंकर
Thank you.
सुधारी बरनौर रघुबर विमल जसु जो दायक फल चारि बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमिरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरहु कलेश विकार जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन बरन विराज सुबेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजै प्रताप महाजगवंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे, रामचंद्र के काज सवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जियाए, श्री रघुवीर हरषि उर लाए। रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरतहि सम भाई। सहस बदन तुम्हरो जस गावें, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावें। सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहीसा। जम कुबेर दिगपाल जाते, कवि कोविद कहि सके कहते। तुम उपकार सुग्रीवहि कीन्हा, राम मिलाय राजपद दीन्हा। तुम्हरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जो जन पर भानु, लील्यो ताहि मधुर फल जानू। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेली मुख माही, जलधि लांघि गए अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, होत न आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोक हाँकते कांपे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत वीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम बचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे। चारों जुग परताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे। जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुबरपुर जाई जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित्त न धरई हनुमत से सर्व सुख करई संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करहु गुरुदेव की नाई जो सत बार पाठ कर कोई छूटहि बंदी महासुख होई जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होय सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा की जयनाथ हृदय महडेरा की जयनाथ हृदय महडेरा पवन तनया संकट हरन मंगल मूर्ति राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसहु सुरभूप
Okay, everybody get your lyrics ready. No, I said get your lyrics ready.
Alright. Next bhajan will be Om Jai Jagadish, performed by the Rampersaud daughters and granddaughters. No, they will be performing.
We could sit and and my mom.
Aja always said his daughter-in-laws were his daughters.
Come on.
Samantha, you're a granddaughter. Samantha Hemroy.
Come on, let's
Gina from Chicago.
ओम जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे भक्त जनों की
बिना और न दूजा, आस करूं जिसकी। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। तुम पूरन परमात्मा, तुम अंतर्यामी। स्वामी तुम अंतर्यामी। पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर, पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर, तुम सबके स्वामी। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। तुम करुणा के सागर, तुम पालन करता। स्वामी तुम पालन करता। मैं मूरत खलकामी, मैं सेवक तुम स्वामी। कृपा करो भरता। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। तुम हो एक अगोचर, सबके प्राणपति। स्वामी सबके प्राणपति। किस विध मिलो दयामय, किस विध मिलो दयामय, तुम हो मैं कुमति। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। दीन बंधु दुख हरता, ठाकुर तुम मेरे। स्वामी रक्षक तुम मेरे। अपने हाथ उठाओ, अपनी शरण लगाओ, द्वार पड़ा तेरे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। विषय विकार मिटाओ, पाप हरो देवा। स्वामी पाप हरो देवा। श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ, श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ, संतन की सेवा। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, दास जनों के संकट, क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, दास जनों के संकट, क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे।
Thank you, everyone. That was also one of Aj's favorite bhajans. And if I remember correctly, that is also the grandson's favorite bhajans. They were singing in the crowd.
Alex said he wants to sing to you.
Alex wants you more.
Alex wants to sing to you.
You gonna sing?
We will start the event. We will start the event at 6 p.m. where I will introduce everything. For now, we will take a break. Thank you.
If you can, please blend in your voices so we can do Tumhi Ho Mata, Pita Tumhi Ho. God, Bhagwan, our Lord is regarded as mother, as father, and as any and every relationship which we hold him or her, with which we hold him or her in our heart. And so it's Tumhi Hu Mata, Pita Tumhi Hu, Tumhi Hu Bandhu, Chaka Tumhi Hu. The second verse says that not all of us get a chance to pass along in ripened age. And yet for those of us, the unfortunate, who have not made it to that point in life, that at ripe age, at least, hopefully, O Bhagwan, we were given the opportunity to be the dust at your feet. Tumhi ho mata, pita tumhi ho, tumhi ho bandhu, sakha tumhi ho, tumhi ho mata, pita tumhi ho, tumhi ho bandhu, sakha tumhi ho, tumhi ho साथी tumhi सहारी कोई न अपना सिवा तुम्हारी tumhi ho साथी tumhi सहारी सिवा तुम्हारी tumhi ho naiya tumhi khevaiya tumhi ho bandhu sakha tumhi ho mata pita tumhi ho sakha जो खिल सके ना वो फूल हम हैं तुम्हारी चरणों की धूल हम हैं जो खिल सके ना वो फूल हम हैं तुम्हारी चरणों की धूल हम हैं दया की दृष्टि सदा की रखना tumhi ho bandhu sakha tumhi ho mata pita tumhi ho bandhu tumhi ho bandhu sakha tumhi ho.
Please.
Jadi, jam.
This is a song where you really like, When I go to Malvern, you say, "Buddy, sing them for me now." Today I'm singing for you, my brother. बड़ी दूर से आए हैं प्यार का तोहफा लाए हैं बड़ी दूर से आए हैं प्यार का तोहफा लाए हैं अपना लोया टुकड़ा दो प्यार का तोहफा लाए हैं बड़ी दूर से आए हैं प्यार का तोहफा लाए हैं जो दिलों के नाते हैं वो जोड़ी नहीं जाते जो दिलों के नाते हैं वो जोड़ी नहीं जाते चोर दिले तो फिर तोड़े नहीं जाते चोर दिले तो तोड़े नहीं जाते ये नाते ये नाते दिल में बसाए हैं प्यार का तो फलाए हैं भरी दूर से आए हैं प्यार का तो फलाए हैं अनजाने लोगों में को साथी न मिलेगा अनजाने लोगों में को साथी नहीं देगा कोई तो होगा जो हमको समझेगा ये सपना ये सपना ये सपना दिल में सजाए है प्यार का तो फलाए है हरी दूर से आए हैं प्यार का तो फलाए है भरी दूर से आए हैं प्यार का तो फलाए हैं
Sing one more.
Give me the mic. I'm not singing, I'm just...
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, just a gist in that song. Buddy, dude say, I have come from afar. Tofa lai hai. And I have brought for you a gift. In this case, it's a gift of the song that our Chachaji Nylon always liked, as Uncle said. And so therefore, it's rooted in the heart. It's so strongly tied to that relationship between them that it will never be forgotten. Acha. One.
तुम कहाँ छुपे भगवान करो मत देरी दुख हरो द्वार का ना तू शरण में तेरी दुख हरो द्वार का ना तू शरण में तेरी तुम कहाँ छुपे भगवान करो मत देरी दुख हरो द्वार का नाथ शरण में तेरी यही सुना है दीन बंधु तुम सबका दुख हर लेते चोरी राशु है उनकी टोली आशा से घर लेते अगर सुदामा होता मैं तो दौड़ द्वार का आओ सुनो से दो कर ले मन की आग बुझाता तुम बनो नहीं अनजान सुनो भगवान करो मत देरी दुख हरो द्वार का नाथ शरण में तेरी दुख हरो द्वार का नाथ शरण में तेरी दुख हरो द्वार का शरण मैं तेरी। जो भी शरण तुम्हारी आता उसको दीर बताते। वो नहीं दूध नहीं से दे दाता नहीं अपार लगाते। तुम न सुनोगे तो किसको मैं अपनी रथा सुनाऊं। द्वार तुम्हारा छोड़ के भगवन और कहाँ मैं जाऊं। प्रभु कब से रहा पुकार मैं तेरे द्वार करो मधु देवी। हरो द्वार का नाथ शरण मैं तेरी। दुख हरो द्वार का नाथ शरण मैं तेरी। दुख हरो द्वार का नाथ शरण मैं तेरी।
Thank you, Uncle G. Please continue bring forth your songs you have in that book there. As we continue, that's another very beautiful, I think, Mukesh, the voice of Mukesh. And it says, you know, each and every one of us is privileged to befriend our Lord, Bhagwan, God, however we choose to define, however we define and call out on our Lord, and you know, male, female, it doesn't matter. And so therefore, when we are in troubles, we have the authority to ask you, O Bhagwan, to help us. Please. And we know that when Bhagwan Krishna was leaving Gokula to go back to Vrindavan and so forth, everywhere was in utter darkness. Even the rivers were crying, the trees were crying, the cows, the goats and quails, and everybody was in tears. But Bhagwan Krishna is able to recognize the heart of each and every one of us. And that's the connection we should always have with our God. Ready, Uncle?
Yeah.
See again?
You get ready too. Yeah.
Okay, too.
We can try.
The drummer not come yet.
He's coming till minute.
He will come yet.
Can't make six. Only then so many partners. Don't play from
You play. You sing.
Okay.
Sing, Uncle.
ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की हो। ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की। सर से उतरेगी कतरी पाप की। ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की हो। ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की। सर से उतरेगी गतरी पाप की। ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की। गोद में माँ की आप खुली जग देखा बाप के कंधे चढ़ के। गोद में माँ की आप खुली जग देखा बाप के कंधे चढ़ के। सेवा बड़ी न होगी कोई इन दोनों की सेवा से भर के। ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की। सर से उतरेगी गतरी पाप की। दुख सहना माँ बाप की खातिर फर्ज तो है एहसान नहीं। दुख सहना माँ बाप की खातिर फर्ज तो है एहसान नहीं। फर्ज है इनका तेरे सर पर भिक्षाया कोई दान नहीं। ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की, ओ ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की। सर से उतरेगी गतरी पाप की, ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की। मात पिता के शरण छुए जो शारदामती व्रत फल पावे। मात पिता के शरण छुए जो शारदामती व्रत फल पावे। जो आशीष ये दिल से दे भगवान कभी से ली ना जाए। ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की, ओ ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की। सर से उतरेगी गतरी पाप की, ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की, ओ ले लो दुआएं माँ बाप की।
Find your songs. You must start singing.
Thank you. That has been a real good treat. And so, in that song, we are advised to enjoy the love, the company, and the best of the worlds with our parents, because we can depend on them to take our troubles on their shoulders as they walk along. And we are reminded to be grateful forever. For those of us who have our parents around, these are very strong and deep and profound reminders to always be kind to them and grateful. And to everyone we look upon as parents as well. Thank you.
Ready? You know, answer.
You get any song? You have songs? Sing one.
If there's anybody.
Anyone from the congregation who can come and, do a chant or a bhajan, a song or anything. I know Sister Baby is here from Canada. And so you are allowed, the opportunity to do this at this point in time. I think we can all sing Ignan Hasa. Pranam Panditji.
Oh, if I get a chance, yeah.
It's off. You know, one thing we do when we press steady.
My dear friends, let me express my greetings to all of you this evening with pranam, salam alaikum, good evening, sitaram, namaste, whatever greetings you will take into consideration. I want to say that I would more so deeply convey those greetings. And as we have come in this congregation, sitting for a few minutes here, what is our purpose? Why is it that we are here? Why is it that we are asked to come and to share these moments in the concept of a wake or in the concept of having a viewing? These are a couple of things that I will share with all of you, the reason why we're here. And also we have lent our ears to listen to some wonderful bhajans and kirtana. What is the purpose that all these things are necessary when we come to share in Hindu rituals or death ceremonies? But before we embark on these little forms of conversations, allow me to share with all of you a few prayers. Because according to our scriptural text, it says that every human being is a divine being. We are all born out of this concept of divineness. And when we die, the last is said to be in the form of divinity. We are not born out of sins. Hindu belief system never subscribed to the fact that we are born out of sins. We take birth into a course of a journey, in a home, in a family, based on our karmic actions, based on karma. We are all born in this world. And thus, when we come into existence, we come because of our parents' karma. Also, our own karma brought us into this existence, in this world, in a home, in a family. When a being is conceived by the thought of a mother and father, at that very set moment, the preparations are enacted. What are the preparations? A preparation to house a divine being in the form of procreation that will allow us to take a journey within that womb of the mother once the father plants the seed through the act of copulation. That very moment, preparations are taking place whereby it is known to be called Garbhadana Sanskar, that is preparation of the womb to receive the seed that is planted in the womb of the mother. And thus, we progress over the course of time from the time of conception or the impregnation ceremony through an embryo which then give rise to a little germ or that fetus. Then we become a little amphibian within the womb. Then we are born, cutting of the navel string, observing of the bathing ceremonies, naming of the child, shaving of the hair, piercing of the ears, writing of the first alphabet, having sanskaras. So these processes that we embark from the time of conception to the time of death, it is said they are 16 purification rites. So death ceremony is the last of the purification rites that we will perform in this journey of ours. So we are all divine beings. What brought us into existence is another concept of understanding. It is not that the Atma takes the journey just like that. It goes through a process. Hindu belief system states that we travel Akar lakh char char chaurasi. Akar char. 80,400,000 species of bee. They are subdivided into 4 categories. What are the categories? It is called Andhvaj, Pindhvaj, Swedhvaj, and Jairaj. These 4 subcategories are said to be beings that are born from mammal, beings that are born from Shvetavali, that is from moisture, sweat, beings that are born from the amphibians, and flying objects, reptiles and flying objects, kakabali, that is the flying objects, crows, birds. And each one of these subcategories has a total of 2 point something 4 million species of being in each one of these categories. Some beings are born with 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws, 4 claws. Human being has 5 toes. So, and therefore, this human birth that we have, and everybody speaks of, he says goes through a process of where 8,400,000 species of being to be given this human existence. That is where the reference will come by great writers that say that how privileged it is that we can be able to have this human garb. And what do we do with them? What do we do with this structure of ours? Is to make full, complete use of it. Because when death comes, it resets the process whereby we will then take a course of transmigration. And what is the art of transmigration? How does the soul retransmigrate itself? And how does it come back into the body of existence? That is said to be a beautiful concept to understand. It is called the course of reincarnation. But just share with me for a few minutes before we take some recitations of mantras and so forth, of Bhagavad Gita recitations, that as we come in an environment, we have gathered in this congregation, and we ask that, O Lord, O merciful Father, as we gather in this congregation to pay our last respect, our hearts are borne with the grief on this loss of a loving person. And so we therefore clasp our hands in supplication to beg that you grant salvation and peace to this departed soul. In beautiful recitations, I ask all of you to join with me. Om Sri Namo Narayanam Bhyo Namaha. Om Sri Manmahaganadipate Bhyo Namaha. Om Kleshato Sabhantaragatam Sajajanam Bandhanam Jali Ishwaram Vandanayam Tadanayam Nartham Jagadishwarayam Pretasya Moksham Kuruvanta Shegram Pretasya Moksham Kuruvanta Shegram Sarve Katumbhang Slokaturananam Rurodhayamam Mrityur Vigayoga Kararanayam Bhaktam Hitam Tapaharantu Deva Pretasya Moksham Kuruvanta Shigram. That, O Father, a great loss has been sustained by the death of this dear person. And as the family cries to you for comfort, thou art always ready to remove the pains of thy devotee. We beg that you grant salvation to this departed soul, O divine Creator. Binavat सघो ऊच सवरहि करोति जलहीनमीनेशं च विगयोगदुःखम् रुदन्ति बान्धवस्य तरहि कुर्वन्त सरसाय प्रेतस्य मुख्यं कुर्वन्त शीघ्रम्. O merciful Father, as the calf cries when it becomes separated from the cow, and as the fish suffers when it is deprived of water, so too the family and friends cries to you, with grief in their heart, and beg that you grant salvation to this departed soul. Hiranyagarbhang purushaham vyakta vyaktang swarupini asyang pretasya mukshayarthayam supretu bhava sarvadaha. O originator of this universe, you dwell in both your manifest and unmanifest state. Be gracious, O Lord, and grant liberation to this departed soul. Om Narayanang Surasreshtam Lakshmi Kantam Varapradha Anenang Tarpanathang Preta Muksha Pradho Bhava. O Narayan, you are the support of all, O consort of Lakshmi. You are the giver of all boons. O God, we pray that with our supplications and prayer, that you bring salvation to this departed soul. Soma ekam bhayang pavata gritamekam upasyate ye bhayo madhu pradavante tasmai chidevapi gacchita. O Almighty God, to those blessed souls for whom this purifier soul flows, to those who sit in the assemblage of the gods and enjoy the sacrificial key, to those for whom the honey flows forth, O Yama, to those blessed souls, may the departed soul go. Om ye chitta purvam vrata sata rita jatam rita vridaha rishay tapsvato yam tapujanam api gacchita. O Yamraj, those in the past have done meritorious deeds are the recipients of their fruits. Those who have maintained the path of truth are the sustainer and are sustained by their austerities. O Almighty One, may you take this departed soul into their company. Om tapasahange anadrishatayasya tapasaye swarayayo tapoye chakrayam mahataste chadevapi gacchita. O sustainer of this universe, those who have become victorious because of their righteousness, and those who have gone to the heavens by their sinless deeds, those by their austerities have made great, O God, may this loving soul go to their abode. Om ye yudayantam pradaneshu surasu ye tanu tajagyaham ye vangshastram dhakshinam tasmai chidevapi gacchita. O merciful Father, to those brave souls who have given their lives in righteous struggles, those benevolent souls who give charities in 1,000-fold, may this departed soul go to the world of those blessed ones. Om Sri Namo Narayanang Bhyo नमः। ॐ श्री नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय भ्यो नमो नमः। ॐ नमो नारायणं नमो नमः। ॐ नमो नारायणं भ्यो नमः। ओंकारबिन्दुसनयुक्तं नित्यं ध्यायन्ति योगिनां कामदं मोक्षदं चैव ओंकाराय नमस्तुते। कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नन्दगोपकुमाराय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः। कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय हराय परमात्मने प्रणतक्लेशनाशाय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः। गोविन्दं गोकुलानन्दं गोपालं गोपीवल्लभं गोवर्धनं धरं देवं तं वन्दे गोमतीप्रियम्। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिन्धु दीनबन्धु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपीनाथ राधिकान्ताय नमस्तुते। पीताम्बरं परमनाभ्यं परमाक्षं पुरुषोत्तमं पावित्रं परमानन्दं तं वन्दे परमेश्वरम्। दामोदरं दयासिंहं दयालु दीननायकं दित्यारिन्देव देवेशं तं वन्दे देवकीसुतं। मुरारी मद्भवं मतस्य मुकुन्दं मुष्टिमर्दनं मुञ्जकेशं महाबाहो तं वन्दे मधुसूदनम्। चतुर्भुजं चिदानन्दं चारुणं बलमर्दनं चराचरं घटं देवं तं वन्दे चक्रपाणिनं। योगेश्वरं यज्ञाङ्पतिं यशोदानन्ददायकं यमुनाजलं कलोलं तं वन्दे यमुनायकम्। वासनं वासुदेवायं वसिष्ठं भावनात्रयं सर्वभूतां निवातोऽसि वासुदेवाय नमस्तुते। वासुदेवाय नमस्तुते। वासुदेवाय नमस्तुते. As we have recited a few verses glorifying Bhagwan, Sri Krishna, and having petitioning to the Lord of Death that, O Lord, that it is in your hands that we have come to seek, and in our assimilation here in forms of this congregation, learning the beautiful hymns and bhajans and kirtanas and pratnas, we all seek one goal, and that is Preta Moksha Pratobhava, to grant salvation to this departed soul. And it is from that, O merciful Father, that we bow in such reverence. But today, as the family sits in such solemn state, what is our purpose here this evening? If one is to ask, it's not just to come because we know Mr. Nylon, or we know the family, or we have come to know of the family, or we have shared a relationship with Mr. Nylon while he was living from X period of time to this, the last moment. Our purpose here is to share the company, to lend support to this family, and to reflect upon all the wonderful times that has been spent knowing of the man who lies so dormant in such still position. It is said when death comes, we enter a state of unmanifestation. That is, we no longer exist as a human being. If one is to describe human existence, it is said that we are not just physical body that allows us to eat, sleep, dissipate, and enjoy the outer world. We are more than that. We are more than this human body that we have. If you were to take very seriously and ask and contemplate on this question, what constitutes you and I? And just for a brief moment, if you were to think, am I just a structure that walks, that can able to express? Or are we greater than what we are? Then who really am I? My count who? Who am I really? Am I just a physical body? The answer is no, we are not a physical body. We exist within a physical body. What exists within the physical body? That is the question. It is said, some will say, some energy. Some will say, well, it is Atma. Some will say life force. In Hinduism, we call him Jivatma, we call him Atma, we call him soul, we call him Jiva. Whatever name you want to ascribe to it, it is something that exists within the physical body. Because without that source which is subtle, which we can't see, which we don't have a recognition of, if it does not exist within the physical body, then the physical body will be dormant. That means it does have no existence. And so therefore, what exists within the physical body is called the spiritual body. And that is known as the subtle. That is unseen, unrecognizable. It is the size of the thumb that prevails over the entire body. When the two are put together, then they say, well, how are you today? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling not so good. So it brings about cause. So these are the three bodies we walk every single moment, every single day in our lives. We have a physical body, we have a spiritual body, and we have what is called a cause body. It is from the cause body that we go out and we perform all actions. And so like that, in Bhagavad Gita, in the 7th chapter, the 26th verse, Bhagwan Krishna was asked questions by Arjuna. O Dhanjaya, this is the name that was addressed by Arjuna. Bhagwan Krishna is saying to Arjuna, he said, O Dhanjaya, Matah param taram na nayate kingsya asti cha Dhanjaya maye sarvani idam proktam stutre manigam nivah. O Dhanjaya, there is nothing whatsoever that exceeds me. All that is here is treaded on me like gems held together on a piece of string. So we are all gems that is strung together on a piece of thread. So we are Atman. Who am I? We are in a physical body, but we are a divine soul that exists within that body. And so when one dies, does that individual that dies can come up and say, I am? The answer is no, because he no longer or she no longer exists. The subject does not exist the ego ceased to exist. Because the ego is I. I who? Who lies? Can he say that I am Mr. Nylon that lying on this bed? The answer is no. There is no longer an ability to express. So I, the subject, cease to exist. And once I, the subject, cease to exist, then who am I really? I am just the living soul that was once living within that body. I am just like a pearl that is held together on a piece of string. And so Bhagavan Sri Krishna continues to address Om Sri Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha Om Vedaham Samastani Vartamanamani Chayarjanam Bhavashyamischa Bhutani Matu Vedang Nakanchana. He said to Arjuna, they said, "O Arjuna, I, Bhagavan, is Krishna." He said, "I, O Arjuna, I know the being of the past, the present, and the future. But no one knows me in reality." As Bhagavan is expressing to Arjuna, he said, "I know of all being in this world. I created all being in this world. I know the being of the past, present, and future. And thus, Adibhutan Kasho Bhava Puruscha Daivaitam Adi Yagyoham Evatra Deha Britam Varaha." O best of embodied being, O best of embodied being, O Arjuna, all the perishable objects are called Adibhauta. So this five element that is made up of this structural body that I describe as a physical body, which is made up of these five elements, is said to be perishable. And they are known to be called Adibhautaha. But this Purushaha, this Brahman, this imperishable being that exists within, is said to be Adidvaitaha. That is, that what does not decay. The body will decay from here on. But what exists as the spiritual entity does not decay, and that is said to be imperishable. And thus the five elements can be defined and classified as they called Adibhautaha, which is decayable. Adidvaitaha is the cosmic soul. Adiyagyaha is a sacrifice that we perform. And who is the receiver? In the form of Adiyagyaha is Bhagavan. And so therefore, in the 9th chapter of this and the 6th verse, he defines Maye tattam idam sarvam jagat vyaktarya muktane matastani chabhutani sarvabhutani nachaham tashyat avatishyataha. I prevail this entire universe. I prevail this entire universe remained unmanifested. All being dwell within me. But I do not dwell within them. A very beautiful stanza, has so much depth. So Bhagavan said, I create everything in this world. I prevailed in this entire universe. And I remained unmanifested. That means, although he creates everything in this world, he is not contaminated, he is unmanifested, he remains pure. All being, every one of us, animate or inanimate, movable or immovable, all being, dwell within me. Where is me? What is me? Me is the consciousness that we embrace every single moment, the outer consciousness. And so every being dwell within him. But I do not dwell within them because I prevail this entire universe. Just like the wave takes its origin from the ocean. But the ocean is not contained in the wave. Brahman is said to be unmanifest God and is not affected by what is manifested. Yada kakshito nityam vayur sarvagotraha Tata sarvani yabhutani matastani ta uparadhyata. It is said, as the air, vast and always moving everywhere, abides in the expanse of ether, so all being, know thus, exist within me. So every being exists within the Lord. He went on to define that Pitaham asya jagato vata dhata pitamaha Veram pavitram omkara reka shama jajur evachaha. He went on to define that I am the universal master, the father of this world, the mother, the grandsire. I am the very sacred syllable Om. I am the incomprisation of all the Vedic knowledge. I am. And thus, in the 10th chapter, the answer has come, where he defined the 10th chapter, the 8th verse, where the answer comes. Aham sarveshu prabhahu mata sarvang pravartite iti matevang bhajang temang buddha bhava sampita. I am the origin of all. So from God we have come. I am the origin of all. From me does everything evolve. Knowing this, the wise is filled with love and devotion. So having come to this understanding that we have all come from God, and from God we will return, because He is defined very beautifully that I am the origins of all, from me does everything evolves. Knowing this, the wise worship me with devotion. Param Brahmang Param Dhama Pavitram Paramam Bhava Purusham Shashvatam Devam Adidhaivam Ajam Vibhu. Thou art the Supreme Brahman, Thou art the Supreme Abode, Thou art the Supreme Purifier, the Eternal Divinity, the first of all the gods, the unborn, unprevailed. Such is the description of Bhagwan unto thee through the media of the bhajans that has lent to us by the wonderful singers that has come to our ears, and the mantras, and to sit to listen to Bhagwan's teaching, Nanakya Antakaleshwari Harikatha, that by just listening to his words, he brings strength to the mind that is said to be in the state of delusion, corruption, troubles, worries, knowing that someone that is so dear to us has passed on. And today we've come to cry, to beg for divine mercy. And as we ask the Lord, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, to grant liberation, and that you are that universal Father who we have come to share this moment, knowing that it is from you that all being has come, and in you all being will enter. Our humble salutations to you, my Lord. May you bring strength to this family. May you grant liberation to this departed soul. And as we will share for the next hour and a half, it is 7:12, when we will share for a more few bhajans, Panditji is here, who will lend his voice and will share something with all of us. I just want to ask all of you that in your silent moment, just ask that, O Lord, in your ways of petitioning to God, that may you grant liberation to this departed soul. As I will conclude my short message to all of you, it is not a place to give long lectures, but to just endorse the fact that where the soul will go from here on. It is said that once we do perform this cremation tomorrow, the soul, it is said that we do some purification rites in Hindu belief system. Today, many questions why we need to do the 10-day and the 12-day ceremonies. My dear friends, I would like to share something, because the young ones today are questioning many things. And what does the 10-day ceremony represent? What is the 12-day ceremony? I'll go with the 12-day ceremony. He says, in Hindu belief system, in the Yajur Veda, he says, when the soul leaves the body, when it leaves this body, where does the soul go? Does it just poof, gone somewhere? Does it linger somewhere else? It is said it goes to Surya, the light. It goes to Surya, then it goes to Chandrama, the moonlight. Then it goes to the Marut, the wind, then he goes to the Vayu, the wind, then he goes to the Varuna, the water, to the planetary sphere. And thus, in Hindu belief system, he says that when a person dies, we should not keep the body too long for a period of time. We should get rid of the body as quickly as possible. It stipulates, according to the Yajurveda, it in the 24 hours period. It is said because the soul takes or travel for 12 days to 12 different regions. But how long the body is lying, the soul lingers around the body. It has an attachment. And thus, the 12-day ceremony is the recognition of the soul when it leaves this body, visiting of the 12 different regions according to Vedic teachings. The 10th-day ceremony is performed because we are restructuring what is called an astral body. From this astral body, the soul will enter on the 11th day and will become alive. It will then look for food. That is the reason why food is given on the 10th day. So that when the soul is entered within this body, some provisions of food is given to that departed soul. What does the soul, the 10th day, represent? He says, when a mother conceives a child, for 10 months the child lingers within that womb. Every month, certain aspect within that child or that embryo get constituted or take its journey. And so 10 days represents that the fetus that will exist within, if the soul will take a journey back into Manavarta, it is the 10th month that the child spent. So every day represents 1 month. So Karna, Jadu Janmagaha, that is the upper portion, the shoulders, the intestine, the genital organs, the legs, the fetus, the feet, the marrow, the toes, the hair, all is constituted within the 10 months within the womb of the mother. And so the 10-day ceremony represents, every day represents a month a child was spent within a mother womb to have its growth period. So when we perform the 10-day ceremony, is not some jadoo, some magic. We are reconstructing an astral body so that that Atma will enter within that body and will make its travel. On the 13th morning, he says the soul, captured like a monkey, will be then dragged by the messenger of death, traveling to the 12 cities along its way. The soul traveled 86,000 yonas for 247 yonas per day for 360 days. So if you take 247, divide by 86,000 yonas, you'll come up to 348 days. 348 plus 12 equals 360. That makes one complete lunar cycle. That is the lunar calendar days. And so the soul takes 360 days to make a complete journey to Godhead. These are the reason why in Hindu belief system we perform these rituals, because we believe that the soul will take a journey to Godhead and will travel for 360 days, which is 360 lunar days, to make one complete journey to Godhead. And so therefore, my dear friends, in observation of these rituals, we must pay keen attention to why we do them and for what purpose. I do hope that my conversation with all of you tonight will bring some clarity. And if there is questions, we can address them at some point in time. Thank you so much. And I'll ask Sister Deepa. We'll have a few more bhajans. Panditji is here, and he will share a few words with us. Thank you again. God's blessings. Pranam to all.
Pranam Panditji. There we have heard Pandit Atridev Sharma, no stranger to many of us here. And Panditji, you make us feel like we're in college or university or some such institution of learning. Thank you very much for clearing so much to many of us. This is a very common, it's a household bhajan. मैं एक नन्हा सा, मैं एक छोटा सा. Meaning, I'm a child and I will always be. Because we are all children of Bhagwan, of God. Tumaho bare balawan. You're the one strong, big, on whom we depend. Prabhuji mere laaj rakho. Continue to take care of us. मैं एक नन्हा सा, मैं एक छोटा सा बच्चा हूँ. तुम हो बड़े बलवान, प्रभु जी मेरे लाज रखो. मैं एक नन्हा सा, मैं एक छोटा सा बच्चा हूँ. तुम हो बड़े बलवान, प्रभु जी मेरे लाज रखो. मैं एक नन्हा सा.
राम
Oh
What, you want me to go?
Good evening, everyone. Or as Aja would say, Ram Ram Sitaram. I'm Kamala, Narisha's youngest daughter and also the youngest daughter in the Rampersaud family. On behalf of my family and I, we would like to thank you all so much for coming here from all over. He had a special relationship with everyone, and I know he's smiling down on us right now. Tonight we celebrate his life and a wonderful person he is in his soul. I'm going to introduce my Nana. Just one of my nanas.
You gonna do your Latina or?
No.
Oh, okay.
One of my nanas, the Pundit, which my Aja loved so dearly and always called on him a year before his Jandi and always talked about him. Nana?
Jai Sitaram to all of you. When she say Nana, I'm looking over there. Aja. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask all of you to clasp your hands for a brief moment. And in your own words, and before I say that, I want to say Swagatam, welcome to all of you to this celebration of a wonderful life that was lived by a wonderful man, very respectful. As we ask Bhagavan Sri Trimurti for 1 minute in your own words, as I'll recite these mantras, 1 verses. Ask Bhagavan, ask God what you would like for him to do for his soul in your own words. Hari Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukame Bandhanan Mrityomote Mamritat Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya. Uncle Nylon, aka Rampersaud, a man with his white mustache. कैसा है चल रहे है, he used to call Panditji, kaisa hai? He knew good Hindi. That was his best. As I cannot explain his life, as you would hear it in a few moments, and I'm not going to say I'm privileged to be here, because it is not a time when we can say we're privileged to stand near someone when they are in this state, when the body is in this state. But I am blessed. Why am I blessed? Because I spent many years at his home and with his family. With respect, he had always treated each and every one. He was my uncle, my big papa, was his pandit. And after my big papa could no longer perform puja, he called on me, and since then, on the June, July, he would call, June, July, say 1999, and I'll get a call then to say I want to do my puja in 2000. In 2000, I get a call, I want to do it in 2001. And the same amount, the same time in the year, June and July. Those were auspicious days, auspicious months for him, because it represents birthday celebration for him and his Dharmapatni. I've loved every moment I spent with him. He was a joyful individual. He loved to laugh, and he loved to smile, and he loved to tell jokes. And one thing I can say, when I go to the house to do puja, I feel very embarrassed sometimes. Why? Because he'll put me on a throne to sit. He'll make it so soft that I would be so sorry and so sad and so disappointed to him if I ask him that I want to remove one of the pillow or one of the cushion. I will feel so bad, but I'll sit there and slowly I'll tuck the pillow in the back of me without him knowing. When it's all done, he'll ask me what happened to the pillow that was there. It wasn't comfortable. This is the individual he was. Looking at these pictures, you can see the pictures show his moments of life in life where he enjoyed the things in life. There's a poem that it says everything about life is uncertain, and that he lived his life that way. Nothing that is born can escape death. That he also lived his life that way, knowing that this is the day I'm here to enjoy and let me enjoy it. He also knew that desiring for things that he cannot have is a far reach, but desired for the things that he can have is a closer reach, and that is his grandchildren. And he always attained to that, the love that he had for his grandchildren. And they're here, and you will hear that as well. He loved to hug them, he loved to treat them, and he loved to give them candy. I know that because they had to keep going to the dentist's office. My dear friends and family, to the children here, I'm grandpa. I'm not deserving of that position yet, but I'll hold on to it when the time comes. In respect to our uncle, he'll be a loss in the family. His joy will live on with his children, his grandchildren, and all the things he does. And his memory with us and me and my family, the Bakaran's family, who was very close to him and close to his family, will stay on, will live on. He was very close to my father-in-law. And I must tell you that the relationship continue on until today. So in that, I want to say, with peace and love and respect, wherever my in-laws are right now, they'll be talking stories of their lives. They were friends for a very long time, neighbors for a very, very long time. I don't want to take up much of your time, as you will hear later from the children. And I want to pass this mic back over to our musician, or you chair? Who's chair? You're going to chair? Okay. And perhaps if I have a moment, I'll sing a bhajan for him. Okay? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nana Pandit. Before we start with the first, we're gonna have one bhajan.
Okay.
No, right on, right on top.
คุยรู้คุยกันไหม
कोई रोए कोई गाए कैसे तेरा संसार ओ मालिक कैसे तेरा संसार ओ कोई समझ नहीं पाए तेरा कारोबार मालिक कैसे तेरा संसार ओ कोई समझ नहीं पाए तेरा कारोबार मालिक कैसे तेरा संसार गुजर जाए जब रैन बसेरा पंछी सी डूंगों गुजर जाए जब रैन बसेरा पंछी सी डूंगों कोई न जाने दर्द किसी का सब मतलब में कोई अंबर नीर बहाए धरती करे पुकार मालिक कैसे तेरा संसार ओ कोई रोए कोई गाए कैसे तेरा संसार मालिक कैसे तेरा संसार जिनके संग तुमने रात बनाई फूलों के संसार जिनके संग तुमने रात बनाई फूलों के संसार जाने कहाँ किस जगह बैठ कर पूरे लोग बनी बहाए बेटी कहे पुकार ओ मालिक कैसे तेरा संसार ओ कोई समझ नहीं पाए रोई वही ओ मालिक कैसे तेरा कोई रोए कोई गाए कैसे तेरा संसार मालिक कैसे तेरा संसार
Thank you. So, my Agile was literally a man that would build anything from scratch. To start off, I would like to say his Singhasan that we used to see at his Jandi, he made from scratch. He didn't make it once. He remade it 10 different times just to get the perfect Singhasan. And that was what happened with me in this speech. So, Aja and I had a connection for a very long time. It was a never-ending connection. The amount of times I would go across the street and me and Aja would whisper secrets, you can't even count them. The amount of times Aja and I would talk people's names, and when they would walk in the door, we would go, you can't even count it. I know you're looking at me, Auntie Sharda. Aja was a sneaky man. Very sneaky. When Aji would run into the shower or talk on the phone with her friends, he would sneak out the door and go across the street to her house, laughing very hard. Don't tell her yet. Don't tell her, lest she look for me. So sit down, watch some Jeffersons, Sanford and Son, All in the Family, having a good laugh with some milk and tea. And then he sees it's getting darker. He said, all right, call shit. Ask her, where me there? So we'll do that. And Aji would, of course, will be, I'm looking for him and I'm calling on him. Where is he? And we're like, oh, he's here. She's like, you see what he did to me? Not only was he sneaky for that, but when Aji would go to work, he'll put on his jacket, he'll put on his clothes, and walk to 238, meet his friends and family, and come back. And then when Aji walks in, he says, I didn't go anywhere. I was in bed all day. I didn't eat. I didn't do nothing. Aja was full of mischief and jokes. Man, did he love to make us laugh. Aja was joyful. Every birthday, Christmas show, first day of school, even if we were sick, Aja would be right at our door, waiting for us, smiling, ready to tell us a story. He knew everyone's story, and he would listen so keenly. He would even tell us the stories. Oh, your Auntie Sharda called today, and she complain. Let me call Auntie Leanie and tell she now. And then he'll tell Auntie Leanie, and he will cause a fight, and Aji is the one that would have to be in the middle. And Aja was also a caring man. The amount of times I got in trouble for not wearing a hat or a scarf, you can't even count it. Aja would give me his big red Yankee hat and say, go home. And he'll watch me as I cross the street. Aja also had many businesses, and he taught his kids and grandkids how to run a business and how to handle it. And I myself learned from his footsteps as I step into finance. I told Aja when I started college I want to do finance and economics, and he sat there watching me seriously. He said, you sure? Are you sure? And I said, yes, I'm sure. He's like, people are going to say things. Your boss is going to say things. I said, it's okay. You don't know I took after you. Nobody can tell me something. Remember you used to say, do you know who I am? I'm Nylon. Nylon, you can't mess with him. I could tell you from afar how much that wood is and how long it is. And since then, I knew I was just like him. I knew I wanted to do business. And he was actually the first person that went with me to my finance internship when my dad dropped me. And when I come back in the car, he would ask, which bank you talk to today? And what you do and who you meet with. And I would tell him, and he would be very proud of me. You see, the one thing about my major that worried Aja was I'm a sugar baby. And he would always call me sugar baby. Aja was the person I'd go to when I didn't want to do the dishes at home and I didn't want to clean, period. Aja would help me make excuses to get away from doing stuff. He'll say, she the baby, left she not got to do dish. And if he ever saw me pick up a broomstick, he'll fight. Who is making you clean? Tell me who right now. So with that, I was always the person that was protected. I was always the baby. I was always the youngest. I was the one that spent every summer with him. And when I would try to help him out or take care of him, he'll say, "No, baby, it's okay. Wait till Achi come home. Me go handle she." And of course he did. He'll tell her, "You left me and me not feel good. Look what happened to me," even though he did go out and party. Aja was inspiring. You see, as a Hindu, one thing we fail to realize is we are all one. We stand here and we share our knowledge, but sometimes we forget to remember ourselves. Aja was a smart man, and anytime he won and succeeded, instead of just sitting at home and enjoying and having pride for what he's won, he would go out with his friends and family and celebrate it. That's one thing we forget. Aja was always giving. He was always sharing. Every Jundi, he would go out on the road and invite anybody he's met and said, "Come to my house and come for some food. Come and pray with me." Aja was an amazing man. And all I can say is that at this time, it was time for him to leave his physical form and travel somewhere else. Aja fulfilled all his duties. He was an amazing father, an amazing grandfather, and he did such an amazing job. His legacy will be continued and fulfilled from his kids and grandkids, and he's done nothing but make the family become even more stronger and closer. So Aja, thank you. Thank you for being the best father and grandfather. Thank you for always celebrating with us and always being there for us at our weakest. We will always love you, and I'll always be your favorite sugar baby. Now, I would like to call up Randy and Travis, my two cousins, to come and say their speeches. Travis Rampersaud and Randy Rampersaud, please step down.
So let me go first before my brother. I'm Randy, apparently the long lost grandson for Nylon. Words can't explain how much of a man he is, but if you look around, it's a full house. So he impacted each and every single one of you in any way, shape, or form. I'll save the words for my brother, but I just wanted to tell a little small story about when I was a kid and what my grandfather did for me. I used to absent a lot from school. Every Monday I would have a stomach ache or diarrhea, apparently. So my dad, he dropped me off at my grandfather's house, and my dad told him, "Oh, deal with the kid, all right? Deal with him for today." And he said, my grandfather said, "Hey, not talk to the boy like that." Okay? And so he put me on the bed, and he said, "Oh, don't worry." He called me a nickname, and my nickname was Poconos, because I loved the Poconos when I was a kid. He said, "Don't worry, Poconos. I'll be your daddy for today. I'm daddy for today, all right?" And that's one of the fondest memories I had. He's loving, caring. He's selfless. He always put his family above everyone else. And he just loved his grandkids. And that's all I can say. Words can count on how much he means to each and every single one of us.
What can I say? This is an end to the greatest era. I knew this time would come, but I didn't know that it would be this soon. Through my childhood and my adulthood, my grandfather has always been there for me, through thick and through thin, literally. Through all my troublesome moments and through all my calm moments, there was never a day that I couldn't go to him for anything. It's the small things with him that made me genuinely happy. Taking him to get pool supplies for his pool, the shoe store for shoes, going to the deli to get buttered rolls and tea, waiting with him in the car and talking to him about life and girls. These are moments that I will never get back nor forget. But no matter what, I'm happy and content that he got to see me grow up. He's seen all my ups, all my downs, and never treated me indifferently. That's the definition of what a great grandfather is. I hope you're happy up there, old man. I'll always miss you and asking me if I want something to eat. I promise all of your grandchildren will continue to strive in making you proud. A man of impeccable character. Will always love you unconditionally. May your soul rest in peace. I love you.
Aja would always like to offer everybody food, but one thing that confuses us is we still don't understand how you could eat fried chana and dal together with some noodles. Next I would like to call up Auntie Baby and Uncle Lawrence to say some amazing words.
Can you take it out for me, please? Panditji, Kirtan group, friends and family, Ram Ram, Namaste. Can you hear me? It's a great honor and privilege to have this opportunity to pay tribute to a very special person who played an important part in our lives. My name is Baby Ramdial, and I am from Toronto, Canada. I am the deceased niece since he was the younger brother to my father, the late Rampersaud of number 64 village. Let me give you a little synopsis of his life. Although he was raised by his parents and his sister, he came as a young boy to 64 village and lived with our grandparents, the late Lala Suknat and Motian Suknat of number 64 village. We all grew with him because my parents' house and my grandparents' house was in the same compound. So and in fact my brother and Lawrence, who is here, and myself, we used to go to our grandparents' home a lot, so we have a lot of interactions with him. And he always, not only us, my two brothers and sister, but all the siblings. When he grew a little older, he started to go with my father to the back dam, to the fields, with the tractor to plow the rice field, and also to do other chores. As time had elapsed, my grandparents got him married to a very beautiful lady from Rampersaud, Mona. There were so many girls that my chacha here, I'll say chacha, love, and they love, but Mona was the one who stole his heart. He's very respectable person. He's very kind. We grew with him. We're family. Even from then, from that time up to now. I don't know what to say about him. He's a wonderful person. I'll tell you a little bit about his qualities. A man's life is like a great Persian tapestry that tells a story. And each strand is woven artistically and uniquely to create a picture with great visual impact. My chacha here was a great father, father-in-law, brother, grandfather, brother, and everyone else who knew him. As I turned the page of another page of his life, he was very respectful, man with integrity. He was immaculate in his dressing. I heard somebody said Nylon. You know how he adopted that name? He was the first one who wore a nylon shirt in 64 village. And in the afternoon when he comes from the rice field, he will wear the shirt and goes to see. They said what you call it, 5:30 cinema. Everybody in the village say Nylon. They call him Nylon. That's why he got the name. Anyway, he was very respectful, man with integrity, very religious, very family oriented. He loved his family profoundly. He loved us profoundly, and we love him profoundly. So looking back at all the characteristics of, anyway, he's a mechanic by trade, electrician, what else? All the electrical things he could fix. He can fix a car, the only thing he can't fix is a life. That type of person he was. So looking back at all the characteristics of him, we believe that he has completed his life cycle because he lived a full life. And we believe that he has finished all what he ascribed for, and he is heading to nirvana. If all of us could adopt one of his many traits and values, we will propagate his legacy and demonstrate our love for him. Today, I would like to do a few acknowledgements. Mona, you have your devoted wife. I know you. I live with you at my parents' home, my grandparents' home. You are very wonderful. You did a lot for your husband, and God should bless you and give you a good life. Also to the children, the daughters, daughter-in-law. I heard everything about grandchildren. All of you should be congratulated for doing so much for my chacha here. So what else can I say? He's a very great man. So to my chacha, reluctantly we let you go, and we know you will rise from the ashes. And although you will not be here physically, we treasure your memories and our loved names still linger behind. As you now embarking on your wonderful journey, farewell and goodbye to you until we meet again. We love you. We're always Nose Clip family for so many years, and we still Clip family. We really miss you. Thank you.
What a wonderful speech. But you took my speech. What did I say? Dito. Okay. My name is Lawrence Rampersaud of number 64 Village, Guyana, and Nylon Beta Rampersaud is our uncle. You can hear me there? Nylon was born in Springlands area in Berbice, Guyana, but from a young age, he came to live with my grandparents, Lala Suknath and Motian, and my parents, Ganga Prasad and Maisi, that is my mother, at number 64 Village. My siblings, especially Leela, my sister here, Alaya, Delaya, and baby, and I, and Nylon lived together, played together, and in the same big yard, which contained 2 houses. Actually, Nylon and I were playing mates, and we did many things together. Where he go, he said, let us go. Where he go there, let us go. But not today, my friend. I have to wait a little. Like going to the movies, whistle at girls, and working at the rice field and farm. I have learned a great many things from him. He was never disrespectful to us, nor were we ever disrespectful to him. We treated him very well, like a biological uncle, and he loved us very much. Nylon was also close to my father's cousin, the Balkarans and Jaimangals, also formerly of number 64 village, and now of the United States. He and his family moved to Bronx after they relocated from Guyana. Nylon was very skillful person. He was a master mechanic, an electrician, a plumber, among other things. No one in our area in Guyana could be so skillful to drive a tractor and reverse a trailer straight at the back, not at the side. Like him. He was also a useful all-rounder cricketer. Nylon and his wife Mona have been an inspiration to their children and grandchildren. The kids have done very well in life and in the academic field. He will leave a great legacy behind. My dear uncle and friend, we will all miss you. You have left us great memories. May you rest in peace. But one thing more I would like to say. When I was little, I used to sleep at my grandfather's house. And I used to go to the cinema almost regularly. But my grandfather don't want that. So I went early there to read, 7 o'clock in the night. And I asked him, tonight I want to go to the cinema. I asked Nylon. He said, well, what plan we will make? My grandfather closed the door already, that I can't go out, 7 o'clock in the night. So he said, go downstairs, tell him you're going to sleep at 8 o'clock. That you go downstairs, open the back window, kitchen, and lift the lock up and jump over and go to the cinema. So when I come back, I said, how will I come back? He said, same way. So I open the window and I go up the step and I have to turn. Me and him sleep at the same room every time, right? So when I walk, the floor start to creak. You know? I stay like this on my toes. Then I walk again. It creak again. He said, me hear a voice, where you went? I said, cinema. He said, where? Cinema. He said, theater you went? Make it in the morning, we will talk. When I went to the room, he was laughing, 12 o'clock at night. Then I said, how will I go home? He wakes, he said, wake up 5 o'clock and go your house. 8 o'clock. And look, so many things we had to together with him. So this paper too short to write. So, but on behalf of my wife, my sister, my brother, sister-in-law, and all the rest of us, 8 of us here, I would like to give my condolences to Mona and the grandchildren and the sons. And so, thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Lawrence. Thank you, Auntie Baby. That was beautiful. Now I'd like to call up my oldest sister, Parveen Rampersaud.
Good evening, everyone. Wow. What a blessing it has been to call Aja my grandfather. He was always so joyful, lovable, and full of life. He had a way of making each grandchild feel special. My sisters and I would tease him sometimes because he would say, Parvin is my pet. Another day, he'll say, Travis is my pet. Or Devin is my pet. Helena, Camilla, Alex, Austin, Randy, every day it was a new grandchild. My sisters and I would ask, Aja, who is really your pet? And he would just laugh, because every one of us was special to him in our own ways. He is the epitome of what a loving grandfather is. As young people setting foundations for our lives, we certainly have big shoes to fill in. Our grandfather was one of the most educated person in this world. He had very little schooling, yet was highly intelligent and ambitious. Most people think you have to go to school and earn a degree to be educated. No. Educate derives from the Latin word educo, which means to bring out from within. He tapped into his inner power and was able to bring out from a very young age. He believed in his inner power and capabilities and went on to be a prominent mechanic in Guyana. He can look at a vehicle and diagnose it within seconds. He was also an electrician and was the first man to run wires and bring light to his whole village. What people go to school to learn and train for, he was able to do without going to school. About a month ago, my sisters and I sat around him and listened to him speak. He was reflecting on his luck and blessings. He said, if I touch something, it will never drop back. It is always perfect. I have good luck. When I do something, the people around me are happy and proud. I am proud. You know why? Because I'm doing it with a good mind. I said, Aja, I want to be smart like you. And he smiled and said, you will be proud like me. Luckily, my sister captured this moment on camera so that I can share this important lesson with you all. Whatever it is that you're doing in life, trust in your inner power, trust in God, and do things with a good mind and a good heart. This was Aja's philosophy that he lived by. This philosophy contributed to his success and made him into one of the purest and powerful person I know. Ultimately, the foundation he left for us is rock bottom strong. Anything you do in life, the foundation is the most important part. We have strong roots. Our foundation can never falter thanks to my Aja. Aja, you continue to live within your kids and grandkids. All of us have a piece of you and will continue your legacy for a lifetime. I miss you dearly and love you forever.
Thanks, Barb. Now I would like to call up Auntie Lini and Auntie Sharda, Aja's two oldest daughters. Only daughters and oldest. He has two younger sons. Oh, and his other two daughters, Auntie Jean and my mother. So sorry, Auntie Lini and Sharda, you guys aren't the only ones. You guys can come up together.
You start first and I come on this. Okay. Yeah, you want me to start mine? I'm Nalini, the eldest daughter of Mr. Nylon Rampersaud. And I just wrote up a little speech about him because I think everyone has said already about him. I never thought this day will come so soon, but here it is, and we are coping with God's help. My father was such a sweet and loving man who cares deeply about his family. He worked very hard in his lifetime to achieve his goal. He is leaving us with so many memories to look back at. I always remember one of the funniest, when he went to Tagore Memorial High School that day and we were all present. He went to the principal's office drunk and asked to see his 4 children. He said, Nalini Rampersad, Jaiwanti Rampersad, Moti Rampersad, and Devnarayan Rampersad. It was so embarrassing at that time when the teacher came to my class and told me what he did. But now, looking back, we're laughing about it. That's the person he was. Someone who always made us laugh and smile, and most of all, he made us feel love like no other. On behalf of myself, my husband, and the Hemnerine family, my two sons, Alex, Devin, my mother, and the rest of the family, I would like to thank everyone tonight for their condolences, support during this sad time. May God bless you all and give my father a peaceful rest. Thank you. My fellow guests, relatives, and family. We gather here today to celebrate and reminisce on my father's livelihood. My name is Sharda. I'm the second child of Mr. and Mrs. Nylon Rampersaud. I will always like to remember all the good times we had with my father instead of meddling on the negativity. Well, most of you know who Nylon was in Guyana. Mr. Nylon was back home, but he came over here and turned his whole life around. Hardworking, family-oriented, and most of all, the love he has for his family. His sense of humor was beyond our understanding. Whenever we are by my parents' home, he will start making jokes. And my mother sometimes will get annoyed, and she will say to him, "Man, stop your nonsense. You like one madman." As a family, we had more laughter with him than seriousness. In June, when my father's health started to deteriorate, we did all we can do to give him the best care we can. On Thanksgiving Day, when we went over to his house, he kept telling me, "Sharda, I love you. I love you, Sharda. I love you." Never thought I would never hear those words again from him. My mother, you are a true wife and mother that God has created. You sacrificed your life for better or for worse. We, the children, will always be here for you to care and love you. I have some special thank you I would like to make. I would like to thank Auntie Daro, I'm not sure if he's here today, whom father called his sister. Auntie Daro calls every day to find out how my dad was doing, even before he got sick. We, the family, would like to thank you and know what an impact you had on him to know that you cares for him so much. Also, I would like to thank Auntie Janki, my Uncle Joe's wife, for spending time and helping us since my dad has passed. Thank you, Auntie Janki. My sister-in-law, Sako, thank you very much for all you have done. You know my dad loves you very much. I would also like to thank everyone who came from Florida, Minnesota, Canada, New Jersey, and of course the New Yorkers who came to help us get through this difficult time. I hope and pray for my father Atma to rest in peace. I love you, Dad. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie Sharda. And as you can see here, we all know Acha was a loving man, and I'll miss his hugs and kisses, because every day, every morning before school, I was the one that got the most. So before we end with the eulogy, I would like to call upon Uncle Bearable, who was a good neighbor of Acha's. Is Uncle Bearable here?
Namaste, and I know my dad, Bandit Silver, he would like to, they were good friends, Uncle Nylon, we live in the same street. You know, the thing is about life. You get to know it some of us get to know it when we die. Because what happened is we keep filling this thing called the mind. And when you fill the mind, you cannot live. It needs to be empty a little, or at least make some room for something that you've been looking outside for that is already inside. Let's pray together, my friend, if we can. First of all, we beg for Sukina, happiness that is inside of us. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschid Dukha Bhag Bhave Om Astoma Sadgamaya Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanam Bhunaktu Saviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai Om Tumeva Mata Chapita Tumeva Bandhu Chasaka Tumeva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva Om Dhyau Shanti Antariksha Gwam Shanti Shanti Reva Shanti Sama Shanti Redi Om Shanti Shanti Om. May God bless his soul and may the family be blessed. Thank you.
And last but not least, we'll do the eulogy. My second oldest sister, Helena Rampersaud, will be doing it. Helena Rampersaud.
Thank you all for your wonderful stories. I know my aunt is so happy right now to see all of you. He loved gatherings. My aunt was born as Rampersaud on June 15th, 1934, in number 74 village in Guyana, to Sukanya and Tulsi. He also lived with his grandmother and older sister Bethlyn. He told me that in his early days he was bright at school, even though every day he and his friends would pray that the building would burn down. He left the cham-cham and troubled his old lady. After his father and grandmother passed away, my Aja went on to live with Motian and Suknat at 64 Village and was lovingly known as Beta. He was so happy with his new family and friends. His brother Ganga Prasad and sister Bhanmati and so many others, too many to name, but you all know who you are. As we heard earlier, he was the first in his village to wear a nylon shirt, hence the name Nylon Rampersad. On July 15th, 1962, he married my Aji Chandrawati, better known as Mona, who was only 18 at the time. They went on to create my Aja's favorite thing in the world, our family. Their 4 children, Nalini, Sharda, Rajesh, and Naresh, were the light of his life. As we heard so many times today, everyone who knows my Aja knows how intelligent he is. He's both a mechanic and an electrician. When he was a little boy, he used to walk around with a battery, a light bulb, and some wires, showing everyone how he figured out to conduct light on his own. As he grew older, he taught himself how to work on all machinery, from cars to combines to bulldozers, you name it, he knew how to fix it. The only thing he didn't fix was a plane, and he used to say if he only saw the engine, he could figure out what to do. He was famous for his work all over Guyana. He worked in the interior and for the ministers, from Quarantine to Oriala and Essequibo. He had a lifelong passion for cricket and was opening batsman and wicketkeeper for the 64 village cricket team. In 1988, he emigrated to America. He bought our family home on Matilda Avenue. He was always tinkering in the yard, and when his children bought their own houses, he would go knock and build things there too. He was a neat and particular man. Anyone who has worked with him knows you might have to do something 10 times until you get it perfect. And he accepted nothing less than perfect. Aja was always well-dressed, well-groomed, and well-known for his head of thick, shiny white hair. We always thought he was the coolest guy, with his sunglasses, his hat, and pockets full of money he kept in coils. Most people would keep things like money far away from kids, but he was never bothered when we touched it or played with it, hid it, and he was always happy to give us our small cut. He used to work all day and then go in his pool until 10 at night, and my Aj used to say to him, "You not people, you are animal." He was a great businessman. He owned Metro Engine Rebuilders, which was popular in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. He was never audited, was well respected, and employed many people. He also owned the famous Malvern Restaurant and Bar, a community hotspot. To this day, people still say they haven't eaten food so good. Whenever my Aja heard of a death in the family of anyone he knew, he always made sure to provide food for them free of charge. His heart has always been big. My Aja was a devoted Hindu. He played his bhajans loudly and faithfully every morning, and spent all year, as we heard, preparing for his jandi. He'd invite all people, near and far, dress up the home like we were having a wedding. He loved feeding people and enjoyed some good dapla. My Aja was a dance man. He'd sing, "Your hair like a silver, your body like a gold." He never needed a reason to celebrate life. He treasured every milestone and every minute. He loved his 8 grandchildren immensely, more than anyone in the world. Alex, Travis, Austin, Devin, Randy, Parveen, myself, and Camilla. Like my sister said, he called us his pets. And like he did with all his children, he fed us brown roti and curry right off his plate. In his eyes, we could never be wrong and deserved the best things the world could offer. He was always the first to call on a birthday, always uplifting us, embracing us. He used to say, come see what me packet, me get some candy for you, just as an excuse to steal another hug. He's always blessing us. He was more than a grandfather and more than a father. He was our greatest cheerleader, our first and truest friend. He was quick to love people. And I think everyone here knows that once he loves you deeply and forever. And what a blessing that is. My Aja is truly brilliant. And I feel that every day of his life, he was shining brighter and brighter until he was so bright he could not stay here anymore. There wasn't a place worthy of that brightness anymore. On December 12th, 2022, he passed peacefully at home, surrounded by his family, to the sound of one of his favorite bhajans, Om Jai Jagadish Hare. In words recited to me by my Aji, "You are gone, but you are not alone. You didn't leave us completely. A part of you will always be with us." My Aja's soul is going onward, but he leaves us with a colorful legacy and the strongest love. If anyone deserves rest, it's him. I hope he has a peaceful journey that takes him straight to Krishna's garden, where he can dance and live in endless love. Thank you.
How beautiful. How beautiful to see what an impact my Aja has done to every single one of us. And I know we all have at least that one story that's changed us, for better or for worse. Now I would like to call up all of Mr. Rampersaud's kids to come and stand next to me. Auntie Leni, Auntie Sharda, Uncle Jayesh, Dad, and of course, Auntie Jean, my mom, and all of his kids. He never had in-laws, and his grandkids to please come up too. That means Travis Rampersaud, Randy Rampersaud, Devin Hemnarine, Austin Singh, Alex Hemnarine, and Samantha Hemnarine. And I'm watching you guys. Please stand up.
You're gonna stand here, come. You're not gonna fit here.
All of his kids. Uncle Rohan and Uncle Taylor are his kids too. I know you're back there. Uncle Rohan, Uncle Taylor. I would like to say a few words to Aja and Aji. Aji, Aja, this is the family you've made. These are your kids, these are your grandkids that always made you proud, that always stressed you out, of course. That's our job. And that's done nothing but fulfilled your wishes. Aja, you did a wonderful job with your kids and grandkids. You've inspired us and you've made us only become more selfless and open-hearted as you are. Aji, you taught us how to work hard. You taught us how to not always talk madness. Although Aja didn't really talk madness because in the car he would always beg Dad to drop him in the middle of the street. And we all, the Rampersaud family, would all like to thank everyone for coming here, all for your condolences, all to come share your memories with Aja. And we would all like to say thank you, and Aja, hope to see you soon. And now we can do the closing prayers. We hope to see you soon, Aja. And this is the family he's made, this is the strength, this is his life, and we'll always live it. We'll do the closing prayer now. Nana Pandit.
I'd like you all to please stand, keep standing, stay there, please. I just wanted to explain one simple thing. The reason I'm calling Anna is because the girl's mom is my niece, and Panditji's niece as well. So, long way. Please, class, I ask all of you to kindly stand as we will conclude this evening gathering here. And before I close, I'd like to remind you tomorrow at 10. You are all welcome here at 10 o'clock or 10:15. Leaving here at 12 to Queens Crematorium. Please join me in closing prayers as we ask God that we're all leaving this body here tonight. May you find your
find it in your heart to give it space so that soul can sit, continue his journey with you unto the highest abode. अनारि निर्गुणो देव शङ्खचक्राघराधर अक्षय पुण्डरीकाक्ष प्रेतमोक्षो प्रदो भव त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव मन्त्रहीनं क्रियाहीनं भक्तहीनं जनार्दनं यत्पूजतं मया देव प्रणीपूर्णं तरस्तु मे. That hey Bhagwan, we do not know all the right prayers and the mantras to praise you, but tonight as we stand together as friends and family, we ask that we praise you in this way, and that may you give the soul an everlasting resting place in your bosom. Hari Om Shanti, Shanti Hari Om. Thank you all very much. And again, please kindly have a seat. As we're going to give the Kirtan group, I want to say, Uncle Dale, thank you so much for bringing the Kirtan group together. Bhaiji Deepa and Bhaiji Panditji as well. And Uncle, you've been with Uncle for a very long time.
Yeah, long.
Very, very long
25
time.
years.
25 years. He used to sing at Melbourne with him. But he never invited me because he said, I can't go there. Anyway, if you would like, please give the family 1 moment and give the kitchen group 2 minutes to tidy up. And then we'll open up this door on this side. On the left side of me, this door. Please walk towards your left and come towards to your final visit, and come exit out towards this door, towards the left of me. So finally, I'd like to ask the floor to clear, giving everyone a chance to come and pay their final respect. Panditji, thank you so much. Pandit Deo, my brother, he came earlier than me, and he did a great job, so thank you so much. Give me 1 minute.